Good afternoon, everybody. Morning. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. The Supreme Court, breaking news, the Supreme Court has struck down President Trump's global tariffs, ruling that the tariffs that Trump imposed on other countries when he did this, Trump, and he cited as his authority to do so a certain law from the 1970s. The Trump administration said he can do this because of this law in the 1970s says he can. Well, the Supreme Court today ruled no. That law does not say Trump can do that, and those global tariffs are illegal, which I believe is most of the tariffs that Trump has imposed. They have struck down Trump's global tariffs, and so what will happen next? Unclear how this is going to work. Will countries get refunds of their tariffs? President Trump supposedly might try to impose tariffs again by citing some other law, although that would be expected to be more limited tariffs than he had imposed before. So a huge ruling against President Trump from the Supreme Court. I have not seen a public comment from President Trump yet. He hasn't posted on his Truth Social. Caitlin Collins of CNN reported that Trump said which I guess this ruling came out while Trump was having a White House breakfast with governors this morning, and Trump called the ruling a disgrace. Trump said the ruling was a disgrace, according to CNN's Caitlin Collins. Yesterday, it's interesting. Yesterday, we were watching Trump. We were covering it here. Trump was speaking in Georgia yesterday, and he did seem. It seemed like the most upset I saw him during his speech yesterday was. He started talking about how the Supreme Court hadn't ruled yet, and he was clearly upset that they hadn't ruled yet. And he seemed to be kind of impatient for them to rule on this. Well, they did rule today, and they said that the Trump tariffs are illegal. So we'll see what Trump has to say. I don't know if he's going to speak on this today or what's going to happen. So we're going to bring you live coverage here. We're going to take your comments on the air. What I need to do, if you give me a second, is keep an eye out for him saying anything. I do have, because this is going on, we can look at the Dow Jones live, guys. The Dow Jones Industrials is pretty flat right now. Hold on, let me throw this up on the screen for you. Wait. Here, look. Hey, look, it's the Dow Jones Industrials. There he goes. We don't need to hear the sound. For whatever it's worth, the Dow is about even right now. Although you can see it was a bit down for the day, and then when the ruling came out, it went up some. I mean, this isn't like a huge jump, but it was around 49,200, and then when the ruling came out, it went up to 49,600 or so. So it did jump a bit when that ruling came out. If you can, I mean, it's not like, looks like, what did it jump, like 1% or something when the ruling came out, or less than 1%? Anyways, so again, we're going to bring you live coverage. We're going to read your comments on this. I got to keep an eye out for updates. I want to make sure I didn't miss any updates because I was kind of rushing to get on the air. So when that's happening, I can sometimes miss some things because I'm trying to get on the air. So let's get you a summary of what's going on. Let's get you updates. And again, very interested to see if President Trump speaks on this. Is he going to speak about this, shortly? We'll definitely show it if he does. Hold on, let's see. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. Thank you for your patience. The Wall Street Journal says the market reaction to this decision is relatively muted. The Wall Street Journal says investors expected it. And they also say that it's possible Trump could try to reimpose tariffs. Many outlets are saying that. So let me take some comments from you guys. This did seem to be predicted. I'll show you more on this later, but like over on Kalshi, it was I think it was around 23% or 25% roughly that that they were the odds of the Supreme Court ruling for this. So again, a lot of people were expecting that they would rule against it, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Kalshi market in a little bit. All right, hold on a second here. What I want to do is get you this. Here we go. Here's the headline. No, that's not the headline, obviously. There's your headline. Here, right here. Supreme Court strikes down Trump's sweeping tariffs, upending central plank of economic agenda. Oh my gosh. Again, the market, just to be clear on this, hold on. Yes, when this happened on Kalshi, it was a 23% chance that the Supreme Court would rule in favor of the Trump tariffs. Anyways, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's get a summary here of what's going on. Here we go, right here. Supreme Court strikes down Trump's sweeping tariffs, upending central plank of economic agenda. Oh my gosh. I'm going to read some comments first. Visions by Dean says, yay, bring the prices back down. Our viewer, Haytolusin, thinks they will roll out another version of it. From what I understand, that's certainly possible. Although, also from what I understand, President Trump won't be able to, if he cites another law to impose tariffs, he won't be able to impose them as widely as they have been imposed. That's my understanding. We're going to talk about that though. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, Stephanie Kimber Hooper says, where's the amount collected so far? Well, there's this big question now of, from my understanding, the ruling actually doesn't say how this is going to work. The ruling doesn't get into the specifics of, is this money going to be refunded? How's this going to happen? So that's a big question right now. Let's see here. King Noga thinks Trump is finished. Sean McMullen thinks groceries will be coming down bigly. Let's see here. G Slayer, our viewer, says it's a mess. Okay. AP. The Supreme Court struck down President Trump's far-reaching global tariffs today, handing him a significant loss on an issue crucial to his economic agenda. I don't know if I can find them right away, but President Trump has posted things and said things talking about how devastating it would be if the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs. He has said, I know I've heard these things and I've read him say these things. I can't remember the exact wording, but he has said this stuff. Let's see. Hold on a second here. You know what? I want to thank our moderators real quick. Beth Mythical is moderating over there on YouTube. Hey, thanks, Beth. I appreciate that. And I wanted to shout out our moderators before we get into it here. On X, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And over on Twitch, we have moderating for us DeBears, I Got That Fire, McBritches, and Surly Dev. And thank you to our Facebook moderators. Hang on a moment here. One moment. Hold on. We have Kay Lowry Body Modding. Thanks, Kay. Margaret Riley. Appreciate it. Thanks, Martha Crawford, for subscribing over there on Facebook, too. All right. I got to fix one more thing here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Hold on. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's get back to this update here. Here we go. Again, the Supreme Court struck down President Trump's far-reaching global tariffs on Friday, handing him a significant loss on an issue crucial to his economic agenda, says AP. The 6-3 decision, 6-3, centers on tariffs imposed under an emergency powers law, including the sweeping reciprocal tariffs that Trump levied on nearly every other country. It is the first major piece of Trump's broad agenda to come squarely before the Supreme Court, which Trump helped shape with appointments of 3 conservative jurists in his first term. The 6-3 majority found the Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, which include tariffs. The framers did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote. The 3 dissenting justices were Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, and Brett Kavanaugh. So conservative justices Roberts, Gorsuch, and Barrett sided with the majority. Dissenting Justice Kavanaugh wrote, the tariffs at issue here may or may not be wise policy, but as a matter of tax history and precedent, these are clearly lawful. That's what he thought. But the majority did not. Trump called the majority decision a disgrace when he was notified during his morning meeting with several governors, according to someone with direct knowledge of his reaction. So AP, like CNN, reporting that Trump called the decision a disgrace. Trump was meeting privately with nearly 24 governors from both parties when the decision was released. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Let me see if there's any official comment from the White House yet. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I don't have an official comment from the... Oh, hold on. I'm looking here. I'm looking. Will we hear from President Trump in the coming minutes? We'll have to see. I have the ruling here too. I believe there's 7 different opinions in the ruling. We'll look through it, but let's just talk a little more here. Hold on a second. Okay. I got to keep checking Trump's Truth Social. I just refreshed it. There is still nothing on Trump's Truth Social. Here's some more about the ruling here. So again, Trump reportedly called the decision a disgrace. So will money be given back? Will it be refunded? How is this going to work? You can see that AP says the majority opinion did not address whether companies could get refunded for the billions they have collectively paid in tariffs. Remember, the importers pay the tariffs. Many companies, including the big box warehouse chain Costco, have already lined up to demand refunds in lower courts. Kavanaugh noted the process could be complicated. Again, Kavanaugh was one of the 3 justices who voted against this. Kavanaugh said the court said nothing today about whether and if so how the government should go about returning the billions of dollars it has collected from importers. Those importers are in America. But that process is likely to be a mess, as was acknowledged at the oral argument he wrote. The U.S. Treasury has collected more than $133 billion from the import taxes the president has imposed under the Emergency Powers Law as of December, federal data shows. The impact over the next decade was estimated at some $3 trillion. So they've collected more than $133 billion in tariffs, which have now been ruled illegal. So they're going to have to give back $133 billion. The tariffs decision does not stop Trump from imposing duties under other laws. While those have more limitations on the speed and severity of Trump's actions, top administration officials have said they expected to keep the tariff framework in place under other authorities. So maybe President Trump will try to impose tariffs by citing other laws. But again, those are expected to be more restricted. Wow. All right. We got to... Yeah, as I was saying, President Trump has talked about what a huge deal it would be and how terrible it would be if the Supreme Court issued a ruling like this. You can see here it says Trump has been vocal about this case, calling it one of the most important in U.S. history and saying a ruling against him would be an economic body blow to the country. But legal opposition crossed the political spectrum, including libertarian and pro-business groups that are typically aligned with the GOP. Polling has found tariffs aren't broadly popular with the public amid wider voter concern about affordability. The Constitution gives Congress the power to levy tariffs. But the Trump administration argued that a 1977 law allowing the president to regulate importation during emergencies also allows him to set tariffs. Other presidents have used that law dozens of times, often to impose sanctions, but Trump was the first president to invoke that law to say, to allow him to impose tariffs. Chief Justice Roberts wrote, "The fact that no president has ever found such power in this law, the IEEPA, is strong evidence that it does not exist." Trump set what he called reciprocal tariffs on most countries in April 2025 to address, I believe, what he called emergencies, trade deficits that he declared a national emergency. Legal challengers to Trump's tariffs argued that the emergency powers law that Trump had cited to impose the tariffs doesn't even mention tariffs, and said that Trump's use of it fails several legal tests, including one called the Major Questions Doctrine that doomed President Biden's $500 billion student loan forgiveness program. The conservative justices in the majority pointed to that principle in their ruling. There is no exception to the Major Questions Doctrine for emergency statutes, Roberts wrote. The Trump administration had argued that tariffs are different because they're a major part of Trump's approach to foreign affairs, an area where the courts could not be second-guessing the president. But Roberts, joined by Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, brushed that aside, writing that the foreign affairs implications don't change the legal principle. So again, 6-3 ruling, 3 conservative justices voting in favor, and as part of the 6, and the ruling was that the President Trump's global tariffs that he had imposed, citing an authority that he said he was given by a law in the 1970s, they ruled, no, that law does not allow you, Mr. President, to impose tariffs. Those tariffs are illegal. So now over $133 billion has been collected in these tariffs, but they've now been declared illegal. What's going to happen with this money? Is it going to be refunded? How's that going to work? What's President Trump going to say about this today? Is he going to try to impose tariffs some other way? We will have to see what happens. I want to take some comments from you. Give me one moment here. I want to take some comments. This is not all the tariff. It doesn't impact, as one of our viewers was just saying, it doesn't impact every single tariff he's imposed, but most of them is my understanding. Let's see. I keep checking to see if there's any other update from the White House here. I'm not seeing it yet. Nothing official from President Trump yet. Nothing on his Truth Social. Let's take some more comments from you guys here. Yes, illegal under the Constitution, as our viewer Adriba said. Day Kane says that's $133 billion of taxes unrepresented on the taxpayer. Do the penguins get their tariffs lowered now? I'm confused what that means. Day Kane. Daniel Palmquist, our viewer, says absolutely 100% he will try to impose them some other way. Epidemic Moment says, give the money back, you thieves. LIS350 thinks the White House is working on a spin story. Give them time. Vladimir thinks Trump will try to impose them some other illegal way. Zamila says Trump doing something illegal. Michelle Batten says Trump is probably so mad he hasn't posted yet. Yes, as Mary McHugh says, the Supreme Court does have a conservative majority, 6-3, but they voted 6-3 to strike down the tariffs. G. Slayer says the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any act violating it is invalid, void, and prohibited. Jennifer Fay is not a fan of the tariffs. She said, tariffs are taxes on us. Why is our president making our life harder and billionaires' life easier? The Triple Deuce thinks the tariffs will be resubmitted under another classification. Doesn't make much difference. This is like getting a case thrown out on a technicality. Jay Tronic says, how the heck are you going to refund all of that money? Is there a precedent here? Leslie Springstead says he was yelling yesterday he might run out of steam. As I mentioned, we were watching this yesterday. President Trump was upset during his speech yesterday about the economy. The most upset I saw him during the speech was when he was expressing frustration that the Supreme Court had not issued a ruling yet. He seemed to be, he clearly was upset yesterday that the Supreme Court had yet to issue this tariff ruling that had been waited for. I mean, there was talk about this ruling coming out, I want to say like a couple months ago. Oh, the penguins. Yeah, people are saying they put, I know what you're saying. There's that thing with the penguins in the tariffs. I remember this now. I have to look it up, though. Yes, so back in, back last year, if I have this right, the Trump administration imposed tariffs on Heard Island and McDonald Islands, which are part of an external territory of Australia, and they are uninhabited, but they have penguins on them. I think that's what it was. Yeah, that was. They ended up on the tariff list. That's what our viewers are talking about. That was last year. I don't know whatever happened with that. If that was I don't know if that was a mistake and they got rescinded on that. I wasn't keeping up with that, but that's what our viewers were referring to. Anyways, it's a little bit of a side thing. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Here you can see this here. In the Wikipedia article about the Liberation Day tariffs, they say the White House initial list of impacted tariffs included the Heard Island and McDonald Islands, a remote uninhabited Antarctic territory of Australia, which I believe has penguins on it. Okay. Hey, thanks so much to, I want to thank some people. Thank you to Work Hard, Be Kind for being a member. Thanks to Chris D for your support. Thanks Lidwine Elizabeth for your support, who says, Primus, I'm not stupid, but does that mean like extra tasks for companies to have their products being sold in the USA, not from the USA myself? So tariffs are imposed on goods that are imported into the country from, well, it depends, in the specifics, it's the tariffs the terms can be different for different tariffs. But for example, one thing that President Trump has done has imposed tariffs on goods coming in from different countries, who says if there's goods coming in from another country, then the importer in this country has to pay a certain amount, a certain penalty or a certain amount of money to bring them into the country. So you can see over here on Wikipedia, for example, a tariff or import tax is a duty imposed by a national government, customs territory, or supranational nation on imports, goods being brought in to the country, and is paid by the importer. It could be on goods from a certain country, a certain kind of good from all countries, that kind of thing. So the importers in the U.S. who are bringing the stuff in need to pay it. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you also, Old Boy Pona. Now, the importers actually have to pay it, but then, you know, how it affects things, you know, if there's a tariff on some goods, well, the company that's shipping the goods to the U.S., the manufacturer, maybe they change their prices, or maybe the companies that are selling the goods, the retailers change their prices. So, you know, there's been this whole question of how the tariffs would actually change prices. That depends on the individual case. But anyways, this huge amount, the majority of Trump's tariffs have been declared illegal. All these tariffs he imposed on other countries by citing this law in the 1970s. Hey, thank you to Trying Times 1264, who says, will you please discuss Lutnick's sons benefiting off of this financially? You mean the tariffs? Maybe we can, I don't know specifically what you're referring to, Trying Times. Maybe we can get into that a little later. Trying Times says Lutnick's sons are benefiting off of this financially. I think he means that he or she means the tariffs. Thank you, Old Boy Pona, who says tariffs can be imposed on the USA, but the USA isn't allowed to defend itself. So just to be clear, the Supreme Court did not say that the U.S. can't impose tariffs. What the Supreme Court said is that Congress has the power of imposing tariffs, because tariffs are a tax and Congress has the power of taxation. And so if a president is going to impose tariffs, they need to do it with congressional approval. That's what the ruling says. You can see right here in the AP article, the majority found, hold on, for some reason this is acting fidgety. The majority found that the Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, which include tariffs. So, again, the ruling doesn't say that the U.S. can never impose tariffs. It says that Congress ultimately has to approve it. Thank you so much to Old Boy Pona. Thanks also Fiona Diamond. Thanks Gen Xer, who says, Trump is silent about breaking the Constitution, pay us back. Thanks also Trash Can Man, who says businesses will do the right thing and bring down prices, and pigs will start sprouting wings. Refunds would go to importers, not consumers. Thank you, Trash Can Man. Thank you also Sharp716, who says, this is the problem. Conservative justices vote justly, and the Democrat justices vote for whatever benefits the Democrats. That's what Sharp710 says. Johan Wyback, thanks for being a member, who says, absolutely great news for most of you. Also, thanks to Foot of Chaos on Twitch. Thanks Timbit Power on Twitch. And hold on a second here. Oops. We are bringing you live coverage. Has President Trump said anything publicly? Well, to the public directly. I just checked. He has still not posted on his Truth Social. AP and CNN report that Trump called this ruling a disgrace. But I have not seen any kind of official White House comment. And we are bringing you live coverage, and we're going to have to see how the White House reacts to this. Let's see, I'm looking here. I don't see it yet. I'm going to be taking more of your comments on the air. Jason Santoro, our viewer, Jason Santoro says, RIP $2,000 checks to the American people. Hadn't President Trump been talking about tariff checks? Hold on. Is that what he had said? I'm trying to look this up to refresh my memory. Oops, hold on a sec. Hold on a moment. Yeah, President Trump had said in the past so back in November, I'm looking at an article from last November talking about how President Trump had promised to give Americans $2,000 each from the, quote, trillions of dollars of tariff revenue he said his administration had collected. Oh, I think I can show you the post here. Hey guys, this is what Jason Santoro was talking about. This is President Trump's post from last November. Here's what he said. One moment here. Last November, President Trump said, people that are against tariffs are fools. We are now the richest, most respected country in the world with almost no inflation and a record stock market price. 401ks are highest ever. We're taking in trillions of dollars, he claimed, and will soon begin paying down our enormous debt. 37 trillion, record investment in the USA, plants and factories going up all over the place. And then he said a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone, he said, suggesting that there would be a tariff dividend. This was last November. So our viewer, Jason Santoro, says he doesn't think that's going to happen now. Corn Dog says his attorneys will find another loophole. I said, no, we're waiting for reaction to the White House, from the White House about this. I don't even think I've seen a White House official comment released. Hang on a moment here. All right, so let's talk some more about this as we wait for the White House reaction, for President Trump's reaction. Here. Oops, hold on. We'll see it in a second. Let's take some of your comments here. You can see Reuters says, U.S. Supreme Court strikes down Trump's global tariffs. Six String Passion says $2,000 tariff rebate check was never going to happen. B. Walker says everyone who hates Trump will be celebrating. Sons of Liberty says doesn't mean you go break the law to change it. Always Questioning says bright prices are way down. Open your eyes to what the majority of us are seeing. Time Lapse thinks Trump is treating our economy like a used car salesman. CRT says follow the Constitution. You're the president, for God's sake. Waltham Mass says promise not kept. You mean about the checks? Seed Music thinks the tariff checks was going to happen. All right, let's talk more about this ruling as we wait for the President Trump reaction. You can see here, U.S. Supreme Court strikes down Trump's global tariffs. Wow. Big ruling. The U.S. Supreme Court struck down Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs that he pursued under a law meant for use in national emergencies. He said, I believe, that the trade deficit was a national emergency, so it allowed him to use this law that gave the president emergency powers in a national emergency. But the Supreme Court said, no, it didn't give you the power to tariff. The U.S. Supreme Court struck down President Trump's sweeping tariffs that he pursued under a law meant for use in national emergencies, handing a stinging defeat to the Republican president in a landmark opinion on Friday with major implications for the global economy. The justices, in a 6-3 ruling authored by conservative Chief Justice John Roberts, upheld a lower court's decision that Trump's use of this 1977 law exceeded his authority. The justices ruled that the law at issue, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEEPA, did not grant Trump the power he claimed to impose tariffs. Justice Roberts said, our task today is to decide only whether the power to regulate importation, as granted to the president in IEEPA, embraces the power to impose tariffs. It does not, Roberts wrote in the ruling, quoting the statute's text that Trump claimed had justified his sweeping tariffs. Trump has leveraged tariffs, taxes on imported goods, as a key economic and foreign policy tool. They have been central to a global trade war that Trump initiated after he began his second term as president, one that has alienated trading partners, affected financial markets, and caused global economic uncertainty. Roberts, citing a prior Supreme Court ruling, wrote that the president must point to clear congressional authorization to justify his extraordinary assertion of the power to impose tariffs, adding, he cannot. Democrats and various industry groups hailed the ruling. Many business groups expressed concern that the decision will lead to months of additional uncertainty as the administration pursues new tariffs through other legal authorities. That could happen. However, it's expected that, again, those tariffs will be less broad if President Trump tries to do it through some other justification. The ruling did not address the issue of the government refunding tariffs that were struck down. Reportedly, over $133 billion in tariffs has been collected. The ruling sent stock indexes up by the most in 2 weeks. Well, the Dow is up a bit, not a huge amount. The Wall Street Journal called the market reaction to this muted. you can see right here the Dow is up about 0.25% right now, for example. It went up. You can see on the top there that when this ruling came out, the Dow did go up about what? Maybe 0.75% when the ruling came out. But again, the Wall Street Journal said the market reaction to this has been muted. Oh, well, the Wall Street Journal, to repeat what they had said, I want to point this out here, about this ruling being anticipated. If I remember right, the Wall Street Journal said that they said markets aren't that excited about the tariff decision. And one reason for that is they said that this decision was anticipated, and that it was widely believed this was going to happen. And actually, let's look at what the Kalshi market had said about this. By the way, Kalshi is a sponsor of this broadcast, so thank you, Kalshi. Kalshi is a prediction market where people can trade on the outcome of future events. You can also go to Kalshi just to see what people are thinking about, if you want to use it as a barometer of opinion. So, over on Kalshi, they had a market, will the Supreme Court rule in favor of Trump's tariffs? There you go, Kalshi.com. And what you can see, the market has now closed. You can see it has come out no. So this one is over. But back last September, it had been around the odds were 46.3% that they would rule in favor of the tariffs. That number had been dropping. And if I'm looking at this right, at the time of the ruling, it looks like to me, there was a 23% chance that the Supreme Court would rule in favor of Trump's tariffs. Okay, and the odds on Kalshi just go up or down depending on how people are trading. So the odds were, the general sentiment on Kalshi was that the Supreme Court would not rule in favor of the Trump tariffs. And actually, this is something, the Wall Street Journal themselves pointed this out in their article. The Wall Street Journal had said that prediction market traders were assigning a roughly 75% chance to the tariffs getting struck down. So the people, so again, if you look at the Kalshi market, you can see that the Supreme Court, that the Kalshi market was saying small chance that the Supreme Court would rule in favor of the tariffs, and what ended up happening is that the Supreme Court did not rule in favor of the tariffs. By the way, really quick, because some people mention Iran. If I can quickly show you this, the current odds on Kalshi for Khamenei being out as supreme leader are 29% before April 1st, 41% before July 1st, and 49% before September 1st. And those odds have gone up a bit in the last week. You can see the odds going up a bit on Kalshi that the Supreme Leader of Iran will be out as the Supreme Leader. I just wanted to mention that. Maybe because people are talking a lot about there being possibly some kind of big U.S. attack soon. Anyways, so thank you, Kalshi, for sponsoring the broadcast. By the way, I do want to quickly mention to you that, hold on, you can go to Kalshi.com/agenda-free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing. Again, you can go to Kalshi.com/agenda-free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing. So you can trade on future events there, but you can also just go and use the site to check what people are thinking about certain things. So thanks to Kalshi for sponsoring the channel. Okay, let's talk more about this. I want to see on Truth Social. Hey guys, there's still nothing on Truth Social. Nothing. Nothing on Truth Social. When is Trump going to post on his Truth Social? What does the chat think? Will we hear from Trump on Truth Social or some other way in the coming minutes? Will we hear about this? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Denim Donut says he is mad. One of our viewers, Slippy, says he's writing a 10,000-word essay. One of our viewers said He's too busy. Flumpington says he's too busy screaming in real time for now. Let's see here. Waltham Mass says Trump is silent. No, he is not still sleeping, Lemon Squeeze, because he was meeting with governors when this happened. Press conference? Is there a press conference? Hold on a moment here. Maybe there is. One of our viewers claims there's a press conference. Breaking news! Breaking news! Oh my gosh! Breaking news! Our viewer was right. The press secretary just said there's a press conference on the tariff decision. Oh my gosh! Huge news! We're going to cover it live for you. Breaking news! The press secretary announced President Trump press conference, press briefing. Oh my gosh, at 12:45. We got to get our countdown clock up, guys. Look at this. Big breaking Trump press briefing news. Wow, we are covering that live. Huge. He is going to give a press briefing on this. Some of our viewers are saying he will distract with Iran. But big press briefing coming up. Okay, we got to get our countdown clock up right now. Wow. He didn't want to just do a True Social post. He is doing a press briefing. Get your popcorn, said one of the viewers. Okay. 12:45. We got to get this up on the screen for you. Trump press briefing on ruling in, let's see here. Can I get this all on the screen? Wow. 41 minutes. Oh my gosh, guys. He's going to give a press briefing. Breaking news. Hold on. I got to get that breaking news thing off. Let me fix this here. Let me fix this. And we got to get the clock up everywhere. Well, there you go. Is he going to be mad? What is happening? Wow. President Trump giving a press briefing on the Supreme Court tariff decision at 12:45 Eastern. Wow. Our viewer Lawnmower says, let's go. Whoa. Wow. What is he gonna say? What is Trump gonna say? Gary Bain says, time to get giddy. No, the press briefing is not about Iran. It is about the Supreme Court tariff decision. That's what the press secretary said. Wow. Our viewer, Guns Up, thinks all the judges should be arrested immediately? Whoa. I did not know that he was going to do a press briefing about this. D4N says, how are tariffs illegal? Again, the Supreme Court did not rule that tariffs in general are illegal. They said Congress has the constitutional power to impose tariffs as a form of taxation, and that the president had not gotten congressional approval for these tariffs. Wow. Lori Murphy says, I predict new chaos incoming. Jonah Katz said, I had a feeling Trump was arguing with his aides. He wanted to come out and speak. So I don't know how this whole decision happened for him to do a press briefing. I mean, ultimately, it's up to him. But I did not know that he was going to do a press briefing about this. He could have done something on True Social. He could have made some quick remarks, but he is doing a whole press briefing about this. Wow. Some of our viewers think it's going to start late. MD Berg says add 45 minutes to the 41 minutes. Laura Hunter says never a dull moment. TH says I'm sure it will be a very normal briefing as usual. Dan says, monumental rant is incoming. Oh my gosh. Wow. I did not know that was going to happen. Farmer says Trump is going to go off on the Supreme Court. Laura in Detroit says he's going to be big mad. My Mind Spray says, let's go. Gamer thinks he's already ranting. Laura says, time for tables to flip. Blankfoot is making popcorn now. Wow. This is going to be something. This is going to be something, I think. Wow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, hopefully maybe I can even get some video a little early of this. Let me just check out my video situation here. But we'll, of course, be covering this live for you. But let me just check out something here. Again, Trump press conference live coming up here. Can you believe it? He is doing a live press briefing about this ruling. Wow. Not a situation, I mean, this is a pretty big ruling, and I don't remember the last time there probably haven't been that many big rulings like this against President Trump. Maybe, is this the biggest one against him by the Supreme Court in terms of, this is a huge part of his economic policy, these tariffs, and they've been struck down. So my point is this situation where there's a huge Supreme Court ruling against him, and then he gives a press conference about it right after. When did the last time, has that happened before? I don't even know. Big news here. All right, give me a moment here. 12:45, 36 minutes, President Trump having a press briefing after the Supreme Court struck down his tariffs. Let's go over what happened. Let's go over what happened as we wait to hear from President Trump. Hang on a moment here. Oh, by the way, Reuters echoes other reporting saying that Trump called this a disgrace in private. Trump was addressing a gathering of state governors at the White House when he was handed a note from an aide informing him of the Supreme Court decision, according to two sources familiar with the event. Trump appeared visibly frustrated and told the audience that the ruling was a disgrace and that he had to do something about the courts, the sources said, speaking on condition of anonymity. Wow. Wow. Hold on a second here. That's from Reuters. Give me a moment. Actually, I want to post that. Again, Reuters reports Trump was addressing a gathering of state governors at the White House when he was handed a note from an aide informing him of the Supreme Court decision, according to two sources familiar with the event. Trump appeared visibly frustrated and told the audience that the ruling was a disgrace and that he had to do something about the courts, the sources said. Now, is he going to talk about doing something about the courts in his press briefing? I don't know. Wow. Okay, so 12:45, 33 minutes till the press conference. How did Clarence Thomas vote? The three dissenting justices who voted to not overrule, to not strike down the tariffs were Clarence Thomas, Brett Kavanaugh, and Samuel Alito. By the way, our Ninja Master says the deals with other countries were under coercion without a binding contract, which he did not get for investment. There was no deal for those trillions. So it's interesting. Ninja Master is saying, could countries that have signed deals with Trump under the threat of tariffs, would those deals now be would they now be voided because they were made under the threat of tariffs which have now been declared illegal? I don't know. It's an interesting question. Stasha Morgan says maybe he'll arrest the justices. Chris Van Buskirk says, do something about the courts. There are 6 conservatives and 3 liberals on that panel. Hey, thanks to our moderators as we bring you live coverage again. President Trump will be giving a press briefing in 32 minutes on this ruling. Thanks to our moderators, we have moderating right now Leslie Lady Hawk and Beth Mythical over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We have over there on Twitch moderating right now Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, I Got That Fired, J. Joanned, and Surly Dev. Linda Belglary and Misha moderate for us on X. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley moderating. Big thanks. Thanks to Helen Anderson and Paul Anderson. Thanks, Paul, for moderating. Thanks to Helen Anderson and Christy Claff for subscribing on Facebook. And also all of our other subscribers over on Facebook for supporting the channel. And also, thank you to our Twitch subscribers like Timbit Power in Foot of Chaos and Wall Street and Shaggy and Grant 74P, just to shout out a couple. Canadian Till the End, thanks for subscribing. Douthis, Billy Joe, and the King of Wit, and all of our other Twitch subscribers, Devil Doc and others, thank you. Thanks Toolman Tim for the gift sub. And did I thank Tim? I think I thanked Timbit Power. And also, thanks to, one other quick thanks here. Again, Trump. Guys, I think I'm going to be getting some maybe early footage from the White House. So hang on a moment. We might be getting early footage from the briefing room. So give me a second. I'll check on that. And hey, thanks to Space Fraggle for your support, who says, think he will try to abolish the Supreme Court? I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think there's any chance of that happening. But thank you, Space Fraggle. I mean, the Supreme Court is part of it's in the Constitution, if I remember right. Yeah, I mean, it's literally laid out in the Constitution, the Supreme Court. Article 3, Section 1, the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court. But who knows what he's going to say. Hey, thanks to the real AXCT. Do you think, although I guess, let's see what happens. I guess could he try to appoint more justices or something? I don't know. I don't think that's good. That would have wide support. Hey, thanks the real AXCT, who says, do you think there will be any mentions of Iran at the press briefing? So look, President Trump, the briefing is supposed to be on the Supreme Court ruling, but I certainly could see it. It would not be out of character for Trump to start taking questions in the briefing, because it's a press briefing, and then he just gets asked about like 20 different things, including Iran. So he certainly could comment on other things during the briefing. I just don't know. I would not be surprised if he did. Thanks to Lex Blunted, who says, $200 billion to be refunded to companies that jacked up their prices to cover the tariffs in the first place. The American people deserve the refund. That's what Lex Blunted said. Now, I believe there's been this debate over how much companies have been raising their prices to compensate for tariffs. I believe if I have it right, that a lot of economists think that companies maybe didn't raise prices as much as they thought they would, or maybe were holding off. It's possible that some companies had held off because they thought the Supreme Court would overrule the tariffs. I don't know about that, though. I can't tell you how many companies raised prices and how many didn't. Thanks, Lex Blunted. Thanks to TM Savvy. Thanks, Caleb. Caleb B., who says Trump is nothing without those tariffs. He made his presidency all about his power to force tariffs. I mean, one thing that Trump would do, even in addition to the tariffs he imposed, he also would pretty regularly threaten countries with tariffs over some policy or other that they were doing. That was something he would regularly do, and say, if you do this, I'm going to impose a tariff on you. Search Our Viewer thinks Trump will retaliate for sure. Hey, thanks to Jonathan on YouTube, who says, in principle, Congress should not be able to abdicate any of their policy-making power to other entities, including the president. All of it should end. Thank you, Sevenfold, who says, make American tariffs legal again if you can't make America great again. What happened to making America healthy again? Thanks also, sorry, I'm behind on thanking people. A couple more thank yous here. Thank you, Got Me Some, who says, will we get our money back? So again, the importers pay the tariffs, the companies importing the goods. The ruling did not go into specifics about whether the money would be refunded and how that might happen. That could be a very messy process for the over $100 billion in tariffs that's been collected to be refunded. We'll have to see what happens on that. Thank you also, Steve B., who says, Trump is busy helping the DOJ and Secretary of Defense redact the alien disclosure files. Thank you also, Lidwine Elizabeth. Lidwine thinks Trump won't pay the countries back. Again, he would have to pay the importers back. I don't know how, maybe he'll comment about paying refunds today in his press briefing. Thanks, Old Boy Pona. Thank you. Thanks, Sticky Frog and Sydney R members and Murph O. And, okay, hold on a second here. Do I have video yet? I'm supposed to hopefully be getting video soon from the briefing room. 25 minutes until the press briefing starts, supposedly. But I might get early video from the briefing room. So I'm keeping an eye out for that. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. All right, we're keeping an eye on that. So just to summarize what has happened today, for those just joining us, President Trump had imposed tariffs on many countries around the world and during his second term. And in doing that, he said he had the authority to do that because a law from the 1970s gives the president special powers in emergencies. And President Trump said that law gives me the power to impose tariffs because there's a national emergency, and I believe he said the trade deficit was a national emergency, if I have that right. But the Supreme Court ruled no, that law does not, President Trump, give you the right as president to impose tariffs. And the Supreme Court said that it's up to Congress, ultimately. Congress has the power under the Constitution to impose tariffs, and that as president you have to have congressional approval to impose tariffs, and that this law, which was passed by Congress and the president back in the 70s, this law does not give you that power. It does not mention tariffs, and it does not give you that power. So these tariffs are illegal because you, Mr. President, did not have congressional approval to impose these tariffs. And that's the Supreme Court is the final word on the matter. So those tariffs, most of Trump's tariffs that I believe he has imposed during this term, have been struck down. And President Trump is going to be speaking on this ruling in 23 minutes. He's giving a press briefing. What will he say about this? In 23 minutes, my gosh, we're going to cover it live for you. Wow. Big ruling, huge ruling. And what is Trump going to say? We're going to take some comments from you. Hold on a second. Here's what Trump said yesterday about tariffs. President Trump yesterday at an event in Georgia. I was talking about this yesterday, how President Trump was upset. I was saying President Trump seemed to be upset yesterday when he was speaking in Georgia that the Supreme Court had not ruled on this yet. Also, he has used very dire language in the past to talk about how bad it would be for the country, in his opinion, if the Supreme Court ruled against his tariffs. At an event in Georgia yesterday, on the eve of the ruling, Trump said, without tariffs, everybody would be bankrupt. Everybody. The whole country would be bankrupt. And the language is clear that I have the right to do it as president. I have the right to put tariffs on for national security purposes. That's what he said yesterday. Our viewer, Jack, says, Jack Asaki, I think it was. Jack said Trump has been defeated by his own court. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Larry Fowles says, we are not going to have a country anymore. I feel like he may have said something like that at some point about tariffs. I don't remember the exact things he has said, but he has used very dire language to describe what would happen if the Supreme Court struck down these tariffs. Let me just make sure. I'm keeping an eye to see if I get... I don't have the video yet from the... I don't have the video yet from the briefing room. As soon as I get it, I'll put up on the screen for you. Somebody asked about stocks. Stock market reaction. The Wall Street Journal said that the stock market reaction had been muted because A, people were generally anticipating this ruling, a lot of people, and B, there is a thought that Trump might try to impose tariffs again using some different legal authority. Although it's possible, from what I understand, even if he did do that, those tariffs would be less broad than the current ones. Just to show you here is what is going on with the Dow Jones, for one. The Dow Jones Industrial Average. Where is my thing here? Hold on a second. I have to pull it up on the screen for you. Hold on. I'll show you what the Dow is doing right now. Here it is. Coming up in a second. Here is the Dow Jones. It's not Google. It's coming up in a second. Here is the Dow Jones. There. It's down a little bit today. It was down a little bit before, and then the ruling came out and it went up about 0.75%, which is not like a gigantic amount, but since then it has dropped some. So it's pretty much where it was at before the ruling came out. That's the Dow, at least. But again, a lot of people were thinking something like this ruling was going to happen. Brett says not over 50,000 lane. Will gold go up or down? I haven't checked the gold price today. I'm just eyeballing it. It looks like gold is up a bit since the ruling came out. Gold went up from about, if I'm eyeballing it, like from about 50, looks like it went up about 1% since the ruling came out. Silver has gone up about, I think, a couple percent since the ruling came out. Oh, how did crypto do? One of our viewers mentioned. The Bitcoin price is, well, I mean, Bitcoin is at around 67,000, where it's been roughly for a couple days. Doesn't look like, I'm just eyeballing a chart here, but doesn't look like it's that different than, Bitcoin doesn't look like it's that different from when the ruling came out to me. 6.7. Hey, our viewers are saying 6.7. Good job, viewers. I think I have the briefing room. Guys, hold on a moment. Give me a moment here. I have the briefing room video. I need to get it on the screen for you. I'm going to show you the video from the briefing room right now. Early video from the briefing room coming up right now. Hang on a moment. Special video. Excellent. Hang on, guys. I am putting it on the screen for you right now. Let's go to the briefing room. I need a moment. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We are getting video from the briefing room. Look at this. Hold on, I have to fix this. I have to fix the video. Give me a second so I can fix the video. But we're going to do this. Oh, no, it's right. It's correct. Everything is good. You ready? It's the briefing room. Where's the volume? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We have the briefing room for you. Look at this. We are in the briefing room. We have it for you. President Trump is going to be speaking. He is giving a press briefing on this ruling. Storm, my dude, thinks a meltdown is incoming. Thinks a meltdown's incoming. Gonzalez says it'll probably be a while. He's always late.
Oh, Mandel, can you get back there? Wow.
How angry will President Trump be? Doug Cahill says, mic check, please. Kenneth Colton says, Big Lee briefing room. Let me see if I can get you any more updates here.
Ready? Does this help?
Nothing on his Truth Social still. Nothing on Trump's Truth Social. He has not posted about this on his Truth Social. Scott Gordon, our viewer, says the Supreme Court just saved Canada. Less than 15 minutes until President Trump's briefing on the press briefing. This is President Trump's briefing.
We got one. He's going to be in the drawer next to Kevin.
We didn't have one, but the press said that there's one back here.
They never have put one in here.
President Trump himself giving a press briefing in 14 minutes and 10 seconds, if it starts on time.
Nice and clean.
Well, he set the glass on there and it got.
Oh. All right.
White card is that's
I don't. Johnny's like, yay
Yeah, I
high.
think that's about the right spot. I put it up a little higher.
Put the camera up a little higher.
No, the folks were. Okay. I put it up a little higher, but I think it's right. So 5 people.
He and I are about the same height.
Focus off first. Yeah, it's focusing. Okay.
Trump to hold press briefing. Yes, as Big Owl Brian says, the The State of the Union is on Tuesday. The State of the Union is supposed to be Tuesday.
I wouldn't worry about it. Because he'll be here consistently. But it's also, he'll be here consistently. You don't have to worry too much about it. Yep.
Brandon says, I'm here for the impending crash out. Dubai Whip says, tired of winning.
Yes. Do you want to trade? I'll be lower and you can be higher? Yeah, no, that's fine with me.
John, should I take my AF off the camera? No, you don't.
Yeah, leave it up. Yeah, leave it up. Yeah,
I would.
Yeah, that looks good.
Evan, who are you shooting for today?
Sawed off.
Just checking. Just checking.
We get to watch this guy. I like it. Royal Rab, our viewer Royal Rab says this presidency has been nothing but a procession of constitutional crimes. A series of Royal Rab says this presidency has been nothing but a series of constitutional crises. That's what Royal Rab said. Crises. Again, the Supreme Court has ruled that President Trump's global tariffs are illegal. They said that the tariffs that Trump imposed on other countries, where Trump said he was allowed to impose these tariffs, he used as justification, Trump cited a 1970s law. The Supreme Court said, no, that law does not give you the power to impose these tariffs. You need congressional approval, and this law does not apply to this situation. So you would need congressional approval to oppose these tariffs, and you do not have it. So this applies to most of the tariffs Trump has imposed during his second term. YJT says Trump will just attack Iran tonight. Several of our viewers are claiming they think that Trump will attack Iran, like as a distraction or something. Or maybe he'll change the timing. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Remember, the Olympics end on Sunday. Hey, a quick thank you. Hang on, a quick thank you to Kate BB, who says markets barely reacting. This ruling was expected and priced in. Thanks, Kale BB. Kale BB says that. Thanks, Kale BB. Thanks also, Charlie Don't Surf 26. Something was put on the podium by that guy. Charlie Don't Surf 26, thank you, who says who thinks you have to go back to at least U.S. versus Nixon and perhaps to the ruling against Truman's seizure of the steel mills for SCOTUS to rebuke a sitting president this hard. That's what Charlie thinks. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, TM Savvy, our member. Uh, 9 minutes and 20 seconds until the scheduled start time of this briefing. 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh, I have a different camera angle. Hold on, I'm going to switch to the other camera angle. Can you give me a moment, please? Give me a moment. Let me switch to the other camera angle. Hold on a second here. Camera angle number 2. You ready for this? Are you ready for this? There we go.
Why? We need you.
Let me really quick. Oh, we got a lot of stuff going on here. USN thinks the shot is better. Yeah, we get to see the whole podium with this shot.
Just testing. You and I are on the same freak. What do you see? Oh, you're on C.
Number 1 is better? What do you guys like, number 1 or number 2? Which one do you guys like better? Let me see if I can get number 1 on. Hold on.
I see you were rocking casual Friday all day. You thought it was casual Friday.
No, I like the first. I like the wide shot better than that one.
Oh, I know.
I like the wide shot better. So when it actually starts, I might switch over to the White House feed when it actually starts, because White House will show the reverse shot. I don't know. We'll see. I think I'll have 3 different feeds to choose from when it starts. Hang on a moment here. Dubai Whips says, I love when Trump gets mad and has his day ruined. Our viewer, Nestorius, says, illegal tariffs, ouch. No, there's no appealing the ruling. Supreme Court is the final word. You can't appeal it. A guy, somebody, he just put something, was it like water or something on the podium? Did he put some sort of cup on the podium? Libby, oh, look at the lighting in the back. We got the lights on in the back now? Oh my gosh. Look at the purple lighting. The lights are on now. I better fill up my water bottle. Hold on, I'm gonna fill up my water glass because I don't want to have to fill it up during the briefing. So give me about 20 seconds. I'm just gonna go fill up my water glass.
What? Put the ladder in the corner.
Which camera? Can you see me?
Put the ladder back there.
It's the first one. For sure. It's not what Mark still. Mark. Okay, Mark. Camera down. Stop here.
I'm there.
Yeah, I'm following.
All right, I am back.
This one. Okay. Hey, ma'am. Your camera's too high and it's blocking our focus on it. You're gonna have to come down. But we are filming this for the actual White House and we need
They're talking about the camera angles.
Tell me hello. I messaged him.
Oh, hold on a second.
I do remember that part.
You know what? I have this not centered right. Give me a moment. Give me a quick moment. I gotta fix something. Hold on. I'm gonna get the shot back up there, guys. Give me a moment. I'm getting the shot up for you. There it is. I had it framed a little wrong. Here's the shot now. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. That's better. That is better.
That's fine.
It's supposed to start in like 3 minutes. Will it start on time? I don't know. Look at this. Wow. Let me just give you a little quick background. So just a little quick background on this ruling. A little quick background on the ruling. AP says, hold on. AP says Trump relied on the 1977. I'm going to turn off the volume for a second. Really quick, let me just read this for you. Trump relied on the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEEPA, as a justification for his historic barrage of tariffs, even though that law contains no mention of tariffs. IEEPA, which allows the president to seize assets and block transactions during a national emergency, was first used during the Iran hostage crisis. It has been invoked for a range of global unrest, from the 9/11 attacks to the Syrian civil war. President Trump said the U.S. trade deficit was so serious it too qualified as a national emergency, a contention that the High Court dismissed. Well, did they contend? Well, I don't know if it was specifically the fact that no president has ever found such power in IEEPA is strong evidence that it did not exist, said Chief Justice Roberts. So I don't know if in spite of what the article says, I believe the ruling said that I have to go look at it. There were 7 different opinions in the ruling, but I believe the gist of it is that the ruling doesn't give the president power to tariff. Not that so I don't know that the ruling's problem with Trump declaring a national emergency. I thought that the ruling's problem was that it said, well, this law does not give the president power to tariff. But maybe I don't know what it said about the fact that he had claimed there was a national emergency. That's a whole other question. Reuters says that the justices ruled that the law at issue did not grant Trump the power he claimed to impose tariffs. Anyways, the specifics about the law is a different question. We haven't even really gotten to that whole legal stuff. Maybe we can talk about that after the press briefing. Anyways, though, the point is, because I haven't read the opinions yet, the point is President Trump cited this law and said, this law gives me the authority to impose these tariffs, and the Supreme Court said, no, that law does not give you that power. You do not have congressional approval to impose these tariffs. You need congressional approval to impose tariffs because tariffs it's up to Congress. Congress has the constitutional power to impose tariffs. Okay, so this press briefing. I can remove the clock now because we're now after 12:45. It was supposed to start at 12:45, but it's obviously not started yet. So really, any moment now, this is supposed to start. I'm going to turn the audio back up on this so you can hear it. I'm going to take some more comments from you guys too, but we're just waiting at this point for President Trump to come out and give a press conference, a press briefing. He has not even posted on True Social about this. Tumbleweeds thinks there's a tantrum incoming. Hey, thanks to Babelicious Nails. Thank you to Jolly Lollipop. Thank you, Not My Real Name, 4511. Thank you. Oh, not my real name thinks Cantor Fitzgerald, run by Lutnick's son, is going to profit from the refunds of tariffs? That's what not my real name thinks. I know nothing about this.
Okay, can you bring my mic up? I'll give one more mic check. I'm gonna give you guys one more mic check.
Mic
Microphone
check.
check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. You
Mic
guys
check.
good in MC? Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7.
Mic check.
6, 7.
1, 2.
The viewer
3,
said
4,
6,
5,
7.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay,
Oh my
they're
gosh.
good.
She said 6, 7 4 times. Hey, it's Tenon time. Thank you, it's Tenon time. Thanks, Phil Stone. Phil Stone thinks this will be a Hall of Fame press conference, just like the COVID inject disinfectant press conference. Thanks, Michael Avery. Appreciate it. Thanks also to Berserker Guts. Berserker Guts says this is a decision sure to spike White House cortisol levels. Thanks, Berserker Guts. Berserker Guts says Trump was brutally law-mogged by SCOTUS for tariff maxing. Thanks to Cece on Twitch. Thanks Desi on Twitch. Thanks Timbit Power on Twitch. Thanks also to Helen Anderson on Facebook and Joshua Randall Wilson Turner for the Facebook stars. Thanks to all of our moderators as well. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage as President Trump is about to do a press briefing. Hey, Vasquez the third, thanks Vasquez, who said 6, 7. Our viewers were so excited that they said 6, 7 during the sound check. Our viewers could not contain themselves because they got to hear 6, 7. Hey, thanks to Flat for Life, who says, I wonder if this decision would be a win for our adversaries like China. It's a good question. Does this make life easier for other countries not having these tariffs? But, I mean, will President Trump try to impose some tariffs some other way and continue to threaten tariffs? So I don't know. Supposedly he might try to have some sort of backup plan. But it is believed that if he tried to impose tariffs some other way, they would be less broad. Thanks Kiwi Powison for subscribing. We're bringing you live breaking news coverage here. Trump tariff press conference, oh my gosh, coming up. Chuck Mosca says tariffs are paid by the importers despite what Trump says. Chuck believes the tariffs get passed along to the consumer. But in different cases, I mean, it's up to when there's tariffs, when there's tariffs, the manufacturers could change their pricing, the sellers could change their pricing. Governor Gavin Newsom released a press release. Governor Gavin Newsom today called on the Trump administration to immediately issue tax refund checks with interest to American families and businesses. So that was Gavin Newsom's. Maybe we'll talk about that more after. One of our viewers says, yes, where is my refund check? President Trump had talked about issuing tariff rebate checks from the income collected from the tariffs. Remember also, this ruling did not go into specifics about tariff refunds. Will the over $130 billion of tariffs that have been collected will those get refunded to the American importers that paid them? And then will the how will that happen? Will President Trump talk about that? We'll have to see. Thanks, Riley Case, our member. Thanks, Jay Gussie. Jay Gussie says, I work for a major transportation company as a customs trade agent. I can 100% confirm the importer pays the tariff, not the exporter. Thanks, Old Boy Pona. Old Boy Pona thinks our allies could care less about this.
Well, just enough to move this out.
That's what Old Boy Pona thinks. Thanks to, it's the Cosmic Pulse. Thanks, Flat for Life. We are waiting for this to start. The White House, their own feed is not live yet, which is interesting. But you can see the room is full of reporters. Oh, the White House just went live? I guess this is happening soon. Yes, they did. Thanks for letting me know. The White House did just go live. Hang on. However, I don't see anything on their broadcast. Yeah, the White House put up, "We will begin shortly." Here is the... just to have it here, just to show you. It says, "We will begin shortly." But I got several feeds up. Got 3 different feeds. So I'll stick with this one for now. If there's some sort of issue with this feed, I'll change it. I'll stick with this feed for now. We're sticking with this feed for now. Everybody is waiting for President Trump. Let's see what happens, says our viewer.
You're all right.
What happened in the room? Somebody dropped something? Oh, the lights came on. More lights came on? Is that what happened? They put on more lighting? Did they just turn on some more lights? Everybody said, "Ooh, I missed it." I guess the lighting just changed. Mood lighting. This is different. Isn't this different lighting than the White House? This is different lighting than the normal. Guys, this is different lighting than the normal press briefing lighting. Wow, special lighting. Special lighting.
This will be the light back there.
Disco, is there gonna be disco? Like,
Let me know if it starts coming. Seriously, let me know if something starts happening.
she said this is it. Carolyn Cedar. She said this is like the arc.
Cap. Is it set to auto white?
Yeah. Can you hold the card for me?
All four.
Ring, ring, ring.
What number did anybody get? What do we got?
Like 4,000? 44 minutes.
We got 40.
4,200? 41?
41. Good.
Thanks.
Good.
Wow, guys, it's about to happen. They got the special lighting on today. We are just waiting. They're doing white balance, I guess. Appreciate you being here for our live coverage. We'll take your comments after. We will take your comments on what President Trump has to say. Look at this scene at the White House press briefing room. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I know, what did you get?
41 here, but the there is different.
I'm going to try this feed when it starts, but I have a couple different feeds, so if I need to, I'll switch the feed. But for now, we're going to stick with this feed.
That's the 41, 43, 42.
I'm using 299.
Yo.
Where are you at?
41.
38.
41.
Nick. Nick. What do you get? What do you get? White.
Hey guys, CNN reports that the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier has now entered the Mediterranean Sea, heading towards the Middle East. That is from Zachary Cohen of CNN. That's the second aircraft carrier coming to the region. The one's already there. The USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group. The strike group, including the carrier, has entered the Mediterranean Sea.
What does that mean?
Stephen Chung. Hey guys, I have a comment from the White House. Stephen Chung from the White House. Why did he say CNN is fake news? Jackie Heinrich is... Oh, hold on a second. I don't even want to get into that. There's some disagreement about what exactly happened. There's some different reporting about what happened when President Trump was handed the note today telling him about the ruling. Fox News said he called it a disgrace. Well, many outlets say he called it a disgrace. Fox News said he did not do an expletive-laden rant. I have not heard about an expletive-laden rant. Anyways. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We can talk about that after. We're about to hear from him himself. We're about to hear from the president himself. They have the special lighting, it looks like, for this briefing. The room is quiet. I'm not aware that they've gotten quiet for any... Was there a 2-minute warning given? I didn't hear it, but I was talking. Seems like they think it's about to start. Sometimes it gets quiet in the room and then it gets loud again. Did I miss the 2-minute warning? Either way. I'm seeing all the news channels are basically live now, so they must think it's happening soon. Whew, here we go, guys. President Trump about to speak after the Supreme Court struck down his tariffs. One of our viewers says Civil War time. One of our viewers says pay us back. Another viewer says, are we going bankrupt? Another viewer says martial law incoming.
Look how comfortable you would have been.
We can fit you here.
Matt Kinney says the people are waiting, Donnie. Thanks to Mike Zawadski. Thank you, Benny Hill. Thank you, Mariachin. Thank you, Sevenfold, for your support. How mad is he going to be? We think he's going to be mad. Might he throw a curveball and act like he's not mad? What if he's in a jolly mood?
I don't know.
The chat seems to think he's going to be really mad. This is supposed to be a press briefing, so I assume he'll take questions. You never know, though. What's he going to say about the Supreme Court? What's he going to say about the Supreme Court? What is he going to say about the Supreme Court? Very quiet in the room. People are waiting. The reporters are looking at each other. It is now 1:05, 20 minutes after the designated start time. It has gone quiet. You know, two justices who...
That's why we're waiting. I know what it is. I still think that's why we're waiting. It's going down. Did you hear about that?
One of our viewers says he'll be a no-show. Hey, thanks to Benny Hill for the memberships. Thanks, Benny Hill. Thanks, Eric Smith, as well. Peter Baker of the New York Times says Trump plans to use other legal authorities to impose tariffs. Oh, Kelly Meyer of News Nation says there is a new blue light behind the podium. We did notice that the lighting seems different than it does for the normal press briefings.
See if ChatGPT now.
Yeah, a couple of New York Times reporters I follow had posted that Trump is planning to invoke new trade authorities in response to the court's ruling, potentially trying to impose tariffs again. AZ Intel posted about that too. Thanks, AZ Intel. Hey, thanks Omega Survival, who says, I'm just here for news about the space aliens. Thanks also to Golden Kitty for the memberships. Thank you.
Kevin.
We are waiting.
Polls under review.
Got it. I'll go with that. All right. I'm glad AI can solve this.
We are 23 minutes after the given start time, which was 12:45.
Oh, okay.
The room is pretty quiet right now.
There's only one of them.
There is only one, you're right.
Everybody is waiting for Trump to speak.
How much time? 30 seconds. In the game. Yeah.
Oh, people are saying how much time is in like the hockey game or something. There's some Olympics event, I guess, going on. I don't know. Could be a comment on Iran, too. One of our viewers said he might take questions on all sorts of things. We'll have to see. Two-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Breaking news. You just heard it. 2-minute warning. Oh my gosh. We just got the 2-minute warning. Breaking news. 2 minutes. Supposedly. Here we go. President Trump about to speak. Just heard it. We just heard it. Is Trump going to be upset? We will have to see. I am going to go with this camera angle. If for some reason there's any issue with it, I will switch to a different angle. So if you see it switching, that's me doing it. We'll get you the best footage, but for right now, I'm going to try to stick with this camera angle. But I'll keep an eye out and an ear out. So if I have to switch the camera angle, I will. Any moment now, President Trump. I'm a little nervous myself. He won't come out alone, said one of our viewers. Will he have someone with him? Good question. It's all quiet. It's quiet. Guys, we're still waiting. I think it's been 2 minutes. Has it been 2 minutes? This is, while the stock market is still open, this is happening. See how the stock market reacts. Thanks, A-Flow, Mendoza Line, Eric Smith. Thank you. Batatui. Thank you. I think it's definitely been 2 minutes. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Katie Cat. Again, we got the 2-minute warning. I think that was more than 2 minutes ago. One of the viewers says it's go time. Thanks, Louis R. And Robin and Max, thank you. All right, it's definitely been more than 2 minutes since the 2-minute warning. Could we get another 2-minute warning? I don't know. What can I tell you guys? What can I tell you? We got our 2-minute warning. So it's beyond my control. Maybe he's still thinking about deciding what to say. For those just joining us, I think the 2-minute warning was about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Hello.
You're still waiting? Well, we have to be now more than 5 minutes after the 2-minute warning. Thanks to Dave Stevens on Facebook. Thanks, Honeybee Fly. It's so quiet in there, as our viewer says yes. We are still waiting. Could they give another 2-minute warning? We'll have to see. Thanks, no, not November. Thank you. What? I would not be surprised. Hold on, here he comes. Here he comes right now. Here he comes. Here he comes.
Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security. And also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people Such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives. Great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country-destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries, but a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now, and it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction. Probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%, but now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so well, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't. He's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 19 74, sections 122, 201, 301, and the Tariff Act of 1930, section 338, all clear, but it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward, we will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and you know, they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have we have a totally firm decision now. And I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now. And the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about
in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
With a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We're in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man, but a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week, and then you came in and imposed tariffs, and all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what? He just to finalize it, he said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway, same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said, like I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as President of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips. For 30 years longer, they made chip. And they put our companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies in Taiwan are building factories in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs. They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession, and you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
You said ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, and Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time.
Right.
January jobs report beat expectations, CPI report beat expectation, real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this, we really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, you know, at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. You know, fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way, and we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time, but the end result is going to get us more money, and I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. I said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years. Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
We're going
negotiations?
straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
Mr. President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You claim that they will pay for them. What happens
Well,
to
like
those
the
things?
farmers, we took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us, with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So, to the President's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism
No, not bipartisan.
of the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people.
have said that.
Yeah, a few people.
Wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to.
push tariffs.
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs. And it's all been approved by Congress, so there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process. Not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress
down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
been votes
you
in
know
the
why?
Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and we got. And what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left, because these people have been destroying, they are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%,
Yeah.
Is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively, I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to... Look, the man I met with yesterday who owned a factory was out of business. He was out of business. And now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in, he's got a brand new crane. I said, how old is that crane? We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers of the, much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said, it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down, other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said, every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can lever. This is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit. And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, they would. And I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well. But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's a reasonable answer.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you...
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. Great comprehension. I read everything there is to read, and I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. maybe. I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term. We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well. And we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty. It's been tested, as Jameson said 1,000 times. Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times, and won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to that. And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too, you know. I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked, every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said, we can do these. We have alternatives, yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs, do those stand now, or are they have to be redone?
Well, some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited, barely. Barely. 3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework, which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now? And on the decision, nothing changes.
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs. And we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually. But he was much smarter than the people that he was against in terms of the United States. He was ripping us off in India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now. And we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Are up as of now for this.
No, the India deal is on here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on it. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there is another war that you stopped and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea
Well, it's a very different topic, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time. But all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy. He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But Syria is coming together, really coming together well. And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. They better negotiate. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 800, 2 weeks ago, hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people. And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating. And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 837. Supposedly, they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned multiple times
foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe, and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia that you sanctioned
Well,
some
I want
countries?
Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech, Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite. Some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries, I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what I'm talking about, and they're not recognizable. They become, the environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and their oceans, and they're paying a fortune. Now, Europe has to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things, energy and immigration. And if they don't solve both of them fast, Europe is not the same place. Yeah, please.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today?
I
And
am.
do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Specifically on that
Say it again,
$2,000
please.
tariff check.
Mr. President.
I didn't call you.
You didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher. How much higher? It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years, and it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good, and it's going to be very reasonable for them. Yeah.
Specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the $2,000.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic, and we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil from Russia, right? And they pull way back at my request because we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped a war between India and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going, and probably going nuclear. And just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. That's and I did it largely with tariffs. I said, look, you're going to fight, that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States, and you're going to pay a 200% tariff, each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay? I just want to thank you all. Look, great certainty has been brought back to the economy of the United States, and actually the economy of the world, because we generate so much in the world. We're the biggest in the world, and we're now the strongest by far. We were a country that was dead 1.5 years ago. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Did you say 32,000 were killed in Iran, sir?
So that was President Trump. Wow. We just heard from President Trump. I want to hear from you guys. Let's keep an eye on this feed here. President Trump clearly upset about the decision, does not agree with the Supreme Court decision to strike down his tariffs, says it's wrong. But he repeatedly said that that this decision has brought more certainty and will allow, and that in that it actually somehow allows certainty about what is allowed to do. And he says that now they are allowed to put even more tariffs on. He said repeatedly that there's lots of other ways for him to put tariffs on. He said that that the U.S. is going to collect more money than it was collecting before. He has said. So again, this is what he said. That somehow this has brought more certainty and it gives him more power to take in money. And he said repeatedly that the result is going to be that the U.S. takes even more money from tariffs than it would otherwise. That's what it sounded like to me. He said this repeatedly. What is the feed? Hold on. There's another feed we have here, which is still going. Let me just check out the one other feed before we take some of your comments here. Hold on. There's the AFP feed is still live. So let me just get that on the screen here. Hold on, if I can. All right, hold on. Top right. Trying to get you to see this AFP feed. Let's see. Here it is right there. Now there's one other feed showing. Here, what is this? There's another feed. Look, watch this. Oh, the other feed just ended. That was the last feed. Okay, so I want to take, he also said that he was imposing that he was going to impose a new 10% global tariff. I think he's allowed to do it for 150 days. There's that. And he said the national security tariffs, which are different from the majority of tariffs, the ones that got struck down, he said those are going to continue. So I'm going to try to make sense of all this. Give me one moment here. Let me just get everything organized here. All right, we got that off the screen. We got that off the screen. Wow. So what did you guys think about President Trump? Again, the way he was stating it, he said, he seemed to be saying that hey, we have other ways of doing this. We're going to end up collecting even more money in the end than we would have with the tariffs that were there. All right, let's see what people are saying in our chat. Ventura Highway thinks he does not have any idea of what he is talking about. He said that he thought that he was asked about refunding the over $100 billion that has been collected in tariff money, and he said that that was going to be in court for years. That's what he said about it, that it'll end up in court for years, the refunds. Yeah, I'm not clear exactly on what his whole proposal is now. Let me try to get you a little. So for example, Jake Sherman with Punchbowl says that Trump said he's going to impose a 10% global tariff, but under the authority he's doing that, it would expire in 150 days unless Congress extends it. So this new 10% tariff he said he's going to impose, that would only last for 150 days. I can tell you that because I've seen a couple of reporters talk about that. Let's try to get you some updates here. So again, Trump was trying to make the case that this was actually like gave him more power, I guess, if that makes sense. Here, let me show you something about what he said. Here, Trump to impose new tariff, but it's temporary. So AP talks about this. They say, on the heels of his Supreme Court defeat, the president says he'll sign an executive order that would impose a 10% global tariff under a federal law known as Section 122. The catch is that those tariffs would be limited to just 150 days unless they're extended by Congress. The president said he is also exploring other tariffs through through other avenues, such as Section 232, which would require an investigation through the Commerce Department. Let me just change the headline back. Supreme Court strikes down Trump tariffs. Yes, also he said he had great alternatives to tariffs that the High Court opposed. Trump said, "We have other alternatives will now be used to replace the sweeping tariffs that the Supreme Court rejected." He said, "We have alternatives, great alternatives." He said the ruling opened the door to allow him to go in probably a direction that I should have gone in the first time. I don't know why the ruling, he kept saying that the ruling allowed him to do things now. I'm not sure what the reasoning is there. Trump suggested the ruling may not substantially constrain tariffs going forward and mentioned using the Trade Expansion Act and other past laws, including the Tariff Act of 1930 going forward. He said those alternatives would simply mean a little bit longer process. Uh-oh. Hold on a second here. Sir Dingo thinks he's just trying to make it sound like he won. Bootsores thinks he's trying to make it sound like a win. Far Off Kiri says he decided to put a positive spin. Yes, Amy said he said Kavanaugh's stock was doing really well. Right, so Kavanaugh is a justice he nominated who voted with him in this. Kavanaugh is one of the 3 justices who voted with Trump on this. 6 voted against him. He said he was quite critical of the justices that he appointed that voted against him. He said this ruling, that's Barrett and, was it Barrett and Gorsuch, I believe, right? He said that this ruling is embarrassing for their families. He was asked if he regretted appointing them, and he said he didn't want to comment on whether he regretted it, but he said that the ruling is embarrassing for their families. He also claimed repeatedly that the Supreme Court is influenced by foreign influence. He did not offer evidence of this. He also repeatedly said that some court members are being politically correct. It was really striking. I just want to show you what he said right at the beginning. He said he was ashamed at some of the justices. I just want to show you right when he came out at the start. He talked about being upset with, I'm guessing he's talking about Gorsuch and Barrett. But let me just show you what he said there, right at the start. If I can pull it up on the screen here for you. Hang on. Right when he came out. Then we'll take some more comments from you. Hold on. I'm pulling it up on the screen right now. And this is going to be moments ago. Oops. If you give me a second. Listen to what he said right when he came out. Just want to replay this short part here. Here is what President Trump said right when he came out, when he talked about the Supreme Court justices.
Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically.
So he said he was ashamed of certain court justices. He also said, I assume these are the ones he nominated that didn't vote with him, Barrett and Gorsuch. And he said that he would not comment on whether he regretted appointing them. And he also later said that the decision was embarrassing for their families. Yes, 2 of his 3 nominees voted against him, as one of our viewers just said. It's My Second Day says he's mad about the decision, but it's also great because now he can do bigger tariffs, the mental gymnastics. He was clearly upset. But he also thought that he said it's going to work out so that that they can take even more money in from tariffs. As Gary Bain said, he was asked if he had any evidence of foreign influence on the Supreme Court, which he claimed was happening, and then he said something like, "You'll find out." Red Cat thinks he showed his real feelings at the beginning. By the way, a quick thank you to Space Fraggle, Shadow Fox, Robin Foose, Jen Exer, she said, Trump claimed he has the authority to destroy trade or even a country through a total embargo. Thanks James Fan, Casey Hook, Chris D, Spicy Tuna Roll, Got Me Some, Michael Surratt, J3VO, Mondo, Hot Mess, Oliver Hernandez, Matt G, 166 Goddess, Crazy Yoda, Epidemic Moments, Mitchell Pilot, Sevenfold, Fred Witherow, Lewis R, sorry, I'm behind on some thank yous, Honeybee Fly, William N. Brooklyn, No Not November, Katie Cat, Eric Smith Mendoza Line, A Flow, Batatui, thank you, Omega Survival, and Soft Rugs on Twitch, Donut Catnap, thank you. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, here's the White House just posted about this. So you can see the White House said, the White House reposted President Trump's remarks about new tariffs. They said, effective immediately, again, this is when President Trump said, effective immediately, all national security tariffs. I think those are the different ones than the ones that got struck down. The ones that got struck down were the ones, most of the tariffs, the ones where Trump had claimed there was a national emergency and he used the certain law from the 70s as justification to impose them. And the Supreme Court said, no, that law does not give you the right to, the legal right to impose tariffs. So they struck down those tariffs. But he said, effective immediately, all national security tariffs, which are other tariffs, and Section 232 and existing 301 tariffs remain in place. That's a minority of the tariffs that were in place. And he said, Today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. Again, from my understanding is that the new tariff, the 10%, lasts for 150 days. And then he would need congressional approval. Xanthrin thought that was just a ton of cope. Our viewer Nerus says, just using a different law now, it will have to go through all the courts again. And there certainly could be more court cases if he tries to impose more tariffs, and someone feels that that's unconstitutional. They could file a lawsuit. Icarus says, so courts have more power now than democratically elected head of state? Well, the courts have the ability to rule on what's constitutional. And the court said that Congress has the power from the Constitution, given to them, to decide about tariffs, and that they have not approved these tariffs from President Trump, the one that got struck down. Nippy Noodle says, will the Supreme Court see this as him continuing to not listen to their rulings if he immediately said he's going to do even more now? Well, he's not doing. What he didn't say he's doing, he didn't say, oh, I don't care what the Supreme Court says, I'm continuing with the same tariffs, right? He didn't say that. He said they're going to try other ways to impose tariffs. But if someone thinks that's unconstitutional, some other way, then they can file a lawsuit, and ultimately the Supreme Court may have to rule on that attempt to impose tariffs. We Are the Sons of God says we're finished. Let me just see something here. In case you're wondering, the stock market is up a bit today. Well, at least the Dow Jones is. I'll show you that right now. Here's the Dow Jones index. We don't need the sound. But the Dow was down a little bit, and then the ruling came out this morning, and it went up about like 0.75% total. Then it kind of dropped some. And in the last couple hours, it went up a bit more. So it's up 0.3% for the day. The Wall Street Journal said that most people thought that this ruling was not a big surprise, that it was widely anticipated. And they also said that they didn't expect much of a difference in the markets because markets figured that Trump will try to impose some tariffs some other way. By the way, big shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have moderators like Roberts May Queen, thank you. And Ruth, thank you. And also over on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Paul of Yarn. I got that fired. J. Joanna and Matthew Kohai 3, thanks so much. Linda Belglary and Misha moderate for us on X, and our Facebook moderators. Big thank you. Hold on, I want to thank our Facebook moderators. Then take some more of your comments. Oopsie. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, thank you. Thanks also Robert Rial II and Helen Anderson for subscribing to the channel. Did he say anything about Iran, Asif Dpro says. He was asked about Iran. He said they had better make a fair deal. He said that he claimed that Iran had killed 32,000 people in the protests. Now, I don't know if we've ever heard him use that number before. That's what he claimed. But then he also said, Trump, that that they were going to behead 800 people, or they were going to hang 800 people, and he told them, we're going to attack you if you do that, and they canceled the hangings. Although he had, during the protests, said that the U.S. would take action if Iran killed protesters. Now today he said that Iran killed 32,000 protesters. Anyways, he did say, what he said about military action was just they have to make a fair deal. They'd better make a fair deal. UK Aussie says that number has been around for a while. Well, my understanding is that, look, this is not, it's not clear exactly how many people were killed in the protests. Certainly, many estimates say many thousands of Iranians were killed in the protests. I do believe that 32,000 would be more of a high-end estimate from the estimates I've seen. I don't know for sure, though. So, but there's been some, certainly, it's hard to tell. I mean, it's difficult to figure out exactly this, what the exact numbers are. But again, I'm not aware that President Trump ever, that he ever had said that 32,000 number before. Oh, hey guys, J.D. Vance posted. J.D. Vance posted, and here's what J.D. Vance said. He just posted a few minutes ago. Here is the post from Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance says, today the Supreme Court decided that Congress, despite giving the president the ability to regulate imports, didn't actually mean it. This is lawlessness from the court, plain and simple. And its only effect will be to make it harder for the president to protect American industries and supply chain resiliency. President Trump has a wide range of other tariff powers, and he will use them to defend American workers and advance this administration's trade priorities. J.D. Vance said, this is lawlessness from the court, plain and simple. There was an interesting something from Gorsuch's opinion. Oh, what I'll do is I'll actually post a link to the opinion in the chat. Hold on a second here. There were 7 different opinions, I believe, issued today from the justices. So I'm not going to attempt to go through and do analysis of the opinion, detailed analysis, because I am not a legal expert. But what I'm going to do is post a link for you to this. I'm posting the link to the opinion right now. Link to opinion. I guess it's link to opinion, but it actually has a number of opinions. All right, I just posted that. Maybe I'll pin that on YouTube. If the moderators on the other platform want to pin that, that would be great as well. But there was part of it, so you can see it says, oops, you'll see it in a second, Supreme Court of the United States. Held. The law in question does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. That's what the ruling is. And where is the Gorsuch? I wanted to find you what he said. Where is it here? Oh, I just had it. Justice Gorsuch concurring. Hang on, hold on a second here. Again, Gorsuch and Barrett are two Trump nominees who voted for with the majority today. Where is that paragraph that I want to find you from Gorsuch? Hold on a second here. Even his opinion, Gorsuch's, is a bunch of pages. Here, right here. This is from Justice Gorsuch, who is a President Trump nominee who voted to strike down the tariffs today. He says, "For those who think it is important for the nation to impose more tariffs, I understand that today's decision will be disappointing. All I can offer them is that most major decisions affecting the rights and responsibilities of the American people, including the duty to pay taxes and tariffs, are funneled through the legislative process for a reason." He means the process by which Congress passes a law, and then the president signs the law, or he vetoes it and the Congress overrides the veto, but Congress is involved. He says, yes, legislating can be hard and take time. And yes, it can be tempting to bypass Congress when some pressing problem arises. But the deliberative nature of the legislative process was the whole point of its design, says Justice Gorsuch. Through that process, the nation can tap the combined wisdom of the people's elected representatives, not just that of one faction or man. There, in the legislative process, deliberation tempers impulse and compromise hammers disagreements into workable solutions. And because laws must earn such broad support to survive the legislative process, they tend to endure, allowing ordinary people to plan their lives in ways they cannot when the rules shift from day to day. In all, the legislative process helps ensure each of us has a stake in the laws that govern us and in the nation's future. In all, the legislative process, it helps ensure each of us has a stake in the laws that govern us and in the nation's future. For some today, the weight of those virtues is apparent. For others, it may not seem so obvious. But if history is any guide, the tables will turn, and the day will come when those disappointed in today's result will appreciate the legislative process for the bulwark of liberty it is. That is from, again, Trump appointee Justice Gorsuch, who voted for striking down the tariffs today. Okay. I'm not a legal expert. So one thing I'm not sure about is, so in this law, the law that President Trump had appealed to impose these tariffs, gave the president certain powers when there was a national emergency. Now, President Trump claimed there was a national emergency. I believe he said it was a national emergency because of the trade deficit. I don't know if this ruling, I haven't read through it and I haven't read all the different opinions, but I don't know if the ruling would suggest that the Supreme Court might strike down some other case where Trump, strike down some other action Trump did by declaring there's a national emergency. Some dispute some of Trump's actions by saying he's claiming there's a national emergency when there's actually not a national emergency. But I don't know if that kind of move is threatened by this ruling. I honestly don't know. Oh, Scott Bessent is speaking now. Is he talking about the ruling? Hold on a second. Scott, let's just watch Scott Bessent really quickly. The Treasury Secretary is speaking right now. Hold on. What's he saying?
All this, the overbearing supervision, we had these bank failures, but what happened during those bank failures was the money ran to the very largest banks. And I'm saying that, like, even U.S. Bancorp, which I think is the fifth largest bank,
he doesn't seem to be talking about it right now.
JP Morgan.
He might have talked about it before, but this is not. He's talking to the Economic Club of Dallas. So anyways, I didn't know if we would catch him speaking about it right away. He might have said something about it before. I don't know. I'm not going to really worry about it right now. All right, hang on a moment here. Let's see here. Just a little update here. This is from the Washington Post. Hours after the Supreme Court threw out Trump's signature economic policy, President Trump announced a new 10% global tariff using legal authorities different from the ones the justices struck down. That 10% figure is lower than the current reciprocal tariff on goods for many countries, the one that got struck down. On Wednesday, for example, the White House had announced a trade deal with Indonesia under which there was a 19% tariff on Indonesian products. In addition to the emergency tariffs, that the national emergency tariffs that the Supreme Court struck down today, the U.S. also imposes national security tariffs under Section 232 of a 1962 trade law on goods such as steel and aluminum. Also, under Section 301 of a 1974 law, the U.S. imposes tariffs on Chinese goods. So those tariffs will remain in effect. The Washington Post also claims that the Post says, President Trump has made tariffs central to the way he exerts pressure on countries around the world, using the threat of tariffs to win battles far afield from trade. With the Supreme Court's ruling, that power is likely to be significantly curtailed. Trump will retain the power to impose some forms of tariffs under other laws, but those mostly do not allow tariffs to be imposed and pulled back at the pace of a social media post, the Washington Post says. Something else the Post points out is if Trump tries to keep in place tariffs, well, there's no sign he is going to keep those in place. We haven't heard that. So at this point, Trump hasn't said anything about ignoring the Supreme Court or trying to keep the existing tariffs in place that got struck down. All right, let's take some more comments from you guys. Our viewer output says Trump must obey the Constitution of the United States, period. He just takes advantage of how long it takes courts to rule. Res Junior Prod, thank you, says, so when do we get out refunds for what I paid? When do we get our refunds for what I paid? You mean what you paid in tariffs because prices might have gone up? Remember, the importers, who bring goods into the country, they are the ones who pay the tariffs. Ninja Master, our viewer, says Trump enjoyed the process of countries and companies coming in to beg for carve-outs. Turtle Hands thinks Trump shouldn't be upset. He got the investment and now he gets more disposable income into the economy. Renton thinks the Supreme Court will strike down Trump's new tariffs as well. You mean the 10% one? And much sooner too, at least like a week. But again, they did not rule. They didn't rule on the new tariff he ordered. They ruled on tariffs that cited a certain law from the 1970s. Let's see here. I'm not going to replay Trump's briefing, but if you want to watch it, you can rewind and watch it on this stream. Quick thanks to Stoned in the Wasteland, who says, when do we get the $5,000 Doge stimulus, the $2,000 tax stimulus, and the Trump phone? Thanks also Benny Hill for your support, and Space Fraggle. Thank you. Bruise and Hounds says, I feel like Trump is going to say we have started strikes against Iran. I don't know if Bruise and Hounds thought he would say that today in his announcement. He said today that Trump, when he spoke, Trump said they had to make a fair deal. They had better make a fair deal. Sorry, checking some of the comments people sent me. Karen Moore says, it's a good thing Trump got all that Venezuelan oil and soon Iranian oil to make up for the income he lost today. AP says Trump has other tariff options after Supreme Court strikes down, oops, there's Scott Besson, after Supreme Court strikes down his worldwide import taxes. They say, AP, that Trump can reuse tariff powers he deployed in his first term and can reach for others, including one that dates back to the Great Depression. The president has already said he will impose a 10% global tariff under a trade law that allows such duties for 150 days. After that, they can only be extended by Congress. Trump has long had a handy cudgel to wallop countries it accuses of engaging in unjustifiable, unreasonable, or discriminatory trade practices. That is Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974. Trump has used it before, especially against China. There are no limits to the size of Section 301 tariffs. They expire after 4 years but can be extended. But the administration's trade representative must conduct an investigation and typically hold a public hearing before imposing 301 tariffs. On Friday, Trump said the administration would initiate several more Section 301 investigations. Experts say 301 has drawbacks when it comes to dealing with smaller countries that Trump has hammered with reciprocal tariffs. Undertaking dozens of 301 investigations of all of these countries is a laborious process, said one expert that they talked to. So that's not something, using a Section 301 tariff is not something Trump can just decide today to do and say, that's it, I'm imposing it today. You need a whole investigation in a public hearing, for example. They also say that, hold on a second. Under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, President Trump has already imposed tariffs on imports he deems a threat to national security, such as foreign steel and aluminum and other goods like autos, auto parts, copper, and lumber. Section 232 tariffs are not limited by law, but do require an investigation by the U.S. Commerce Department. It's the administration itself that does the investigating, also true for Section 301 cases, so they do have a lot of control over the outcome. Again, they talk about other options too. So we'll see what President Trump does. But from my understanding is that, first of all, he could not, under these other options, from my understanding, impose as broad as tariffs, and they could take longer to impose. Maybe if he tries imposing other tariffs, they will get challenged in court as well. Ventura Highway says so much for national glory. The Washington Post has an article about what will happen now, and it says, will I get any rebates? Probably not. For the most part, tariffs are, some of our viewers have asked about getting rebates. For the most part, tariffs are paid by importing companies during a customs and border protection process. Individual consumers eventually see some of those fees in the form of cost increases, but do not pay tariffs directly. It is unlikely that individual businesses will refund customers for price increases. Trump said several times last year that he planned to use the tariff revenue, which was about $200 billion as of mid-December, to give stimulus checks to Americans. But there are many challenges inherent in that plan, including that the tariff funds go to the Treasury and must be allocated by Congress before they are used. Will businesses get refunds from tariff payments? Maybe there's already a process in place for importers to adjust and dispute the duties they have paid at the border, and it's possible that companies will use that system to appeal the fees they have paid over the past several months, but the government has yet to say if or how refunds would work or how long they might take to reach companies. The Supreme Court did not address what to do about refunds. Wow. President Trump said, I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years, talking about this in his briefing today. Businesses are preparing for a potential refund process, and some had already started petitioning CBP for refunds even before the court ruled, in the hopes of getting put in front of the line. Costco, one of the nation's largest retailers, sued customs officials in late November, saying separate legal action was needed to guarantee its refund rights. So, I mean, again, we're talking about over $100 billion in revenue. So, importers who have paid this probably want to get this back if they can. PK says the businesses paid the tariffs, but the customers paid the increase in price. Mary says not income Trump lost, but income we America lost. Laura says 10% is kind of huge or not? Global tariff for 5 months. But I guess it's below the level of many of the tariffs that got struck down. Dan W. says still waiting on my check. So again, Trump can try to impose tariffs through other ways, but that might be it sounds like it could be a longer process. Maybe he would be more limited in what he could impose. It's possible that those could be legally challenged as well. Trump repeatedly today claimed that now, by doing it other ways, the government would collect even more revenue than it would have otherwise. I haven't seen the case made for that in detail. That doesn't seem to be what the articles I've read don't suggest that, but who knows? Who knows? I like to see what The Economist says about these things. They have an article about this. The Economist says that even the 10% global tariff that Trump said today he was going to announce that would go into effect for 5 months, that could be legally challenged. Now, he could, one option would be to try to get them through Congress, but because Congress constitutionally has the power to do tariffs. The Economist says with slim majorities in upcoming midterms, that looks like a non-starter. The Economist thinks Trump will probably rely on sector and country-specific tariffs which bypass Congress. But these are much less flexible, requiring formal investigations before they are levied. But The Economist thinks that through these other measures, through these other ways of doing tariffs, The Economist thinks that Trump's goal of the highest tariff rates in more than half a century remains achievable. And The Economist says the immediate economic impact will be more uncertainty. because there's uncertainty over what is Trump going to do now? What new tariffs might he try to impose to make up for the ones that were struck down, and how might those be imposed? Who might they fall on? That's more uncertainty, the economist says. Also, there is uncertainty over tariff refunds. Importers have already paid well over $100 billion in levies, nudging down America's vast budget deficit, says the economist. Those will probably need to be refunded, but the exact process is unclear. They also point out, this is interesting from The Economist, they say, over the first year of his second term, the Supreme Court largely avoided direct confrontations with President Trump, giving him win after win on the emergency or shadow docket. But now that the justices are beginning to hear cases on their regular docket, where the full briefing and oral argument, his prospects are not always so bright. So they have a number of times refused to go against Trump in these quick rulings that they give, but now they're hearing the cases on the regular schedule. So we'll have to see how future, if there are other cases to come in which the Supreme Court rules against other of President Trump's policies. Anyways, if you want to read that article from The Economist, it says, Donald Trump vows new tariffs after a Supreme Court rebuke. The immediate economic impact will be more uncertainty. That's from The Economist today. Manu says, this shows weakness. I can't see Putin or Xi getting a no from their judicial branch. Well, you might think it shows weakness of the executive. I don't know that it shows weakness of of the judicial branch. That's what Manu had to say, though. Leaf Locker says, damn, I really wanted my Trump bucks. Matej Lipton says, I don't think the Supreme Court is aware that they've woken up a demon. Mr. President will go into demon mode and U.S. will reclaim their grace and glory. Fofer says, why does Trump need to bypass Congress if it's good for America, what he wants to do? Magna Carta says, so we learned if the president does nation-breaking crimes, they might be corrected in 1 to 3 years. Excuse me. We'll take a few more comments here. Crystal Coder says, why does Trump have to bypass Congress? Because the only time Congress can agree on something is when they're agreeing on how much money they can pay themselves. Zeldamini says, I love it when Trump does whatever he wants. By the way, thanks to Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says, I think Trump brought up a good point. It took this long for the Supreme Court to make this decision and not anything on what to do with the billions made from said tariffs. Fascinating to watch. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Also, thanks to Owl Hippie for the memberships. Thank you. Oh. Here's a comment from Scott. I have something about what Scott Bessent said from AP. AP says Treasury Secretary Bessent says the Supreme Court did not rule against President Trump's tariffs. Rather, 6 justices simply ruled that the IEEPA authorities cannot be used to raise even $1 of revenue. Well, his tariffs did cite the IEEPA. In a prepared speech to the Economic Club of Dallas, Bessent said the Trump administration will invoke alternative legal authorities to replace the tariffs that were struck down. Bessent claimed that Treasury's estimates show that the use of these alternate methods of tariffs will result in virtually unchanged tariff revenues in 2026. That's what he claims. That's what Bessent claims. Sharkingly says alternative illegal authorities. All right, hang on a moment here. We're certainly going to keep an eye on this weekend on the Iran news. If there's huge news on that, we can do another stream. And you know what I didn't do? I didn't actually show you, I think, today any Democrat reaction to this. So Elizabeth Warren posted. She is a Democratic senator, and she posted this. She said, Donald Trump illegally stole your money. He should give it back to you. Instead, Trump is scheming up new ways to force Americans to pay even more. That, when I was going to mention, it reminded me of what Governor of California Gavin Newsom posted. And possible presidential candidate, Democratic presidential candidate, Gavin Newsom. He said something kind of similar. He said, Governor Newsom calls for immediate tariff refund checks following Supreme Court ruling against Trump. Gavin Newsom said, time to pay the piper, Donald. These tariffs were nothing more than an illegal cash grab that drove up prices and hurt working families, so you could wreck long-standing alliances and extort them. Every dollar unlawfully taken must be refunded immediately with interest. Cough up. Hey, thanks to Flip Simonsen from Norway, who says, these tariffs have helped facilitate trade deals with other countries. Are these deals dead now then? Yeah, that was something talked about in the press briefing. So President Trump said, he said that many of the trade deals would stand, but some wouldn't. I don't know the specifics on this. As our viewer, Flip said, or is it Philip? Philip Simonson. I think it's Philip Simonson. As Philip said, some of these deals, I don't know if they had the tariffs. Some of the deals involve tariffs. I also don't know if it's arguable that the threat of tariffs contributed to these deals being made. But trade deals involving tariffs, I don't know if those are void now, or some of them are, or all of them are, or what. So that's a good question. I mean, there was, for example, a recent Indonesia-U.S. trade deal said there was going to be 19% tariffs on Indonesia, but I believe those tariffs have been struck down. Hold on a second here. So I don't know about that. That's a good question. Oh, hold on. I missed. Hold on. Maybe you guys saw this. I didn't see this yet. President Trump posted a big post on Truth Social. Big post from President Trump on Truth Social like an hour ago. I didn't even know he had posted this. Did it get posted like while he was doing his briefing? President Trump posted on Truth Social at 1:37 p.m. It might have been like during the briefing. So let me just show you his Truth Social post. Again, I didn't even know it had been posted. This was like it sounded almost like they had it prepared to post. Talking about so much other stuff. I'm just going to post it. Hold on. Let me post it, then I'll read it to you. Hang on. Basically, it's a lot of stuff. It sounds like similar to what he said. It's like a lot of stuff like he was saying in the briefing, I think. But let me show you what he said. Again, I didn't even know he had posted this. But it got posted like an hour and a half ago. Hold on a second here. All right. Let's get this up there for you. I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. Give me a moment. Give me one more moment here. Okay, this is President Trump's post from about 90 minutes ago, which I think was around the time he was doing the briefing, maybe like close to the end of the briefing. This is his Truth Social post. It's a long post. Here's what President Trump said on Truth Social. He said, "To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1 to any country under IEPA. IEPA is the law under which President Trump claimed he was allowed to to put on these tariffs and impose these tariffs. And the Supreme Court said, no, that law does not give you the power. So President Trump says, to show you how ridiculous the opinion is, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1 to any country under IEPA, I assume to protect other countries, not the United States, which they should be interested in protecting, but I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country, even imposing a foreign country destroying embargo, and do anything else I want to do to them. How nonsensical is that? They are saying that I have the absolute right to, he says, they are saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, a much more powerful right than many people thought we had. I'm not aware, I haven't seen any legal commentary that said they've given him some kind of new right. He's giving him some kind of new right that no one thought he had. I don't know, though. I just haven't seen that, any kind of article or anything mentioning that. Our country is the hottest anywhere in the world, but now I am going in a different direction, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh wrote in his dissent, Trump says, again, a lot of this he said in his briefing. Kavanaugh said in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That is because numerous other federal statutes authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232, the Trade Act of 1934, Sections 122, 201, and 301, and the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338. Thank you, Justice Kavanaugh, Trump says. He then writes, in actuality, while I am sure they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and crystal clear rather than less, Trump claims. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEPA tariffs. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. In order to protect our country, a president actually can charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past under the various other tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and fully allowed, he says. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs, Section 232 and existing 301 tariffs remain in place. Those are the ones that were not struck down. And in full force in effect, today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we are also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again, President Donald Trump. He might have read this whole thing during his briefing in different sections. A lot of it was very similar to what he said in his briefing. Anyways, I didn't realize that this got posted. I just wanted to make sure you guys know that. Douthis says, pretty sure he just read his truth statement. So yeah, he might have basically been reading from this. Well, I think maybe this came out around the same time and he just reposted it, but I don't know that he read it all in this order or whatever. So, anyways, you can look at his, if you want a summary of what his view is, you can look at his true social statement. Okay. Early Apex thinks sounds like an angry teenager yelling, "I'll find a way to get you." Bunch of Pluma thought it was damage control. Kremsow says, "How do I get a refund for the tariffs?" Bad Toastery says it tries to imply a win when the tone implies a loss. Bears fan thinks he didn't write it. Laura thinks the headline is misleading because the tariff struck down will be replaced by higher tariffs. Well, that doesn't change the fact that the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs that they did. They did strike down those tariffs. I don't really want to get into this now, but I did want to mention it at one. I'm not going to get into this right now, but just for those who haven't seen it, maybe we can talk about this on a different stream. President Trump did post 19 hours ago saying, based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects, and any and all of other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America. He said he will be directing people to begin the process of identifying and releasing files. I don't know how long that'll take and how many files will be released. Anyways, Raven says classic alien distraction. But that was from 19 hours ago. Digital Communist says tariffs were struck down. Why aren't the markets jumping? Wall Street Journal said this decision was widely anticipated, and also that, there could be more tariffs put on to try to replace the ones that were struck down. So that would be two reasons why not a big market reaction, possibly. All right. I think we're getting to that point. Of the broadcast where we did hear what we came to do. I think. Mitch McConnell posted about this. Republican Senator Mitch McConnell. He posted about the tariffs, and he said, guys, look, this is Mitch McConnell, who is not running for re-election, correct? He said, today the Supreme Court reaffirmed authority that has rested with Congress for centuries. The American people already know that tariffs make building and buying here at home more expensive, and Kentuckians understand this painful reality better than most. But the use of IEEPA to circumvent Congress in the imposition of tariffs already without precedent isn't just bad policy, it's also illegal. You can read his full statement at his website. But he says that Congress has the power to impose tariffs, and the Supreme Court has reaffirmed that authority. I read you the statement from J.D. Vance where he said this ruling was lawlessness from the court. Anyways, I think it's getting to be our time. Oh, by the way, I owe a thanks to Imminence Front gave 50 people memberships. Wow, that's really kind of you. Imminence Front, make sure you thank Imminence Front if you got a membership from Imminence Front over on YouTube. And also if you got a membership or a gift subscription from anybody on X as well. Not X, on Twitch. Thank you so much, Imminence Front. Also, Martin Ging, thank you, who says, I thought taxpayers pay the tariffs. Give me my money. Very nice of Imminence Front. All right. I think we are getting close to that time. That's what I think is happening. Just Data says, Besant said IEEPA cannot be used to derive resident revenue. That is true, but again, the tariffs that were struck down because President Trump appealed to IEEPA law to impose them. So he's not allowed to impose tariffs by appealing to IEEPA. These tariffs, by appealing to IEEPA, but says he's going to try to impose tariffs appealing to other laws. Okay, guys, I think we're wrapping this up. I really appreciate you joining me for our live coverage of this major Supreme Court ruling striking down the majority of Trump's tariffs, striking down all of his tariffs that he had used this particular law to impose, which the reciprocal tariffs on other countries, the majority of tariffs he had imposed. But Trump says that he vowed to make even more revenue by imposing tariffs other ways. We'll have to see what happens, where all this is going. But I really appreciate you. And if you missed it, we played you the whole President Trump news conference, his press briefing. You can rewind and watch that. Played the whole thing. So we got to hear him talk about this. He was not happy with the ruling. So you can go back and rewind that if you want. But we're going to start wrapping this up here, so I really appreciate you guys joining for our live coverage. If there's other huge news today or tonight, if there's big developments in Iran or whatever, we can come on the air and do a different live stream. But thank you so much for joining us. Also, got to read a bunch of comments today. Thanks so much for sending in your comments. I'm sorry I can't read all the comments on the air, but I do appreciate people sending your comments and posting in the chat, letting me read them and asking questions. So thanks for that, and thanks for joining the broadcast. Subscribe, follow the channel if you want Agenda-Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And at Agenda-Free TV. Also, I would suggest turn on the notifications. I never know when there's going to be big new news. I didn't know this was going to happen today, for example. So I can't tell you in advance when we're coming on the air all the time. But you can get sent a notification right before we go live, which so you don't miss a stream, and it's free. Just sign up for the free notifications. We have our own notification system. The mods will post the link to that in the chat. Also, you can, what was I going to say? In addition to that, you can find the notification sign up link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this broadcast. Also, I will be posting updates about news when I'm not on the air, as I always do on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. @Lookner. You can follow me there for breaking news updates. Hey, and a huge thanks to our moderators. We had so many people in the chat today talking about this, and the only reason we can have our chat rooms is because our moderators are there keeping things under control, keeping things civil and respectful. Huge thanks, people like Ruth and Roberts May Queen over there on YouTube moderating, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Big thanks to you. Our Twitch moderators, Bastion Girl, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and our other Twitch moderators. Big thanks. K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook, and our other Facebook moderators. Big thank you. On X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you so much for all your help today. And thanks to everybody who donated. That is really nice of you guys. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks to you. Hopefully I thanked everybody. Thanks again, Imminence Front, for those memberships, and Callie Voltaire and everybody else I thanked earlier. Let me just make sure I got everybody. Hold on a moment here. Don't want to miss anyone. King Lebanon. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. King Lebanon thinks there will be lawsuits to pay back some of the 100 billion plus in revenues that have been taken in. That sounds like it's going to happen. That's going to be a whole process, figuring out the refund process. Thank you, King Lebanon. Also, Double Wided subscribed on Twitch, and Soft Rugs. Soft Rugs says President Trump had a dramatic pause after he was asked about the Iranian people today. Thank you, Soft Rugs. And hold on a moment here. Okay, hang on. So again, thanks for your support. Hey, another good way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we're going live. I post updates about the channel there too. So follow on X if you're on X at Agenda Free TV. Also, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat, it's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to our Discord mods who help out over on Discord as well. Really appreciate it. Also want to remind you that if you watch on YouTube, you can turn on the YouTube notifications to, it's another good way to find out when we're live. But if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is do this. You need to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you got the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications to get the notifications. All right, I want to shout out as well a few more people here. People like our Facebook subscribers who support the channel there, like Robert Rial II and Diane Allworth, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Jennifer Ellers, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Big thanks to all of our Helen Anderson, all of our Facebook subscribers, Kristen McConnell Gates, Christy Claft. Thank you, Facebook subscribers. And our Twitch subscribers, big shout out to them. King Lebanon and Cece and Matthew Kohai 3 and Jax Haku, Wall Street and Shaggy and Amelian, thanks for subscribing. Artful Nothing, My Mind Spray, Rage Girly, did I say Bastion Girl? Tatermong, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Ma Florida, Seed Music, Pebbles Flintstone, and Sharkingly, Douthis. Thank you all of our Twitch subscribers. Double-Wided, Soft Rugs, Donut Catnap, Kiwi Paulson, thank you. Desi as well. Tim Bit Power 2. I don't know if I thanked Desi. Also, Foot of Chaos. Thanks for subscribing. And Toolman Tim. And our YouTube members. Oh, thanks, Express Investing. Express Investing says, good day in the markets today. Thanks, Express Investing from New Zealand. I appreciate that. Quick check on the markets. Dow is up about 1/3%. S&P 500 up about 0.5%. NASDAQ up about 2/3%. Russell 2000 down about 1/4%. And Bitcoin is currently at around 67,600, up a bit on the day, it looks like to me. Hey, thanks to our YouTube members, people like Marcus Planespotting Germany, Evelyn in Maine, J.K. Sinar, CAC-A13, Benny Hill, Michael Avery, Eric Johnson, Ray's Back, Crypto King, Chantilly Cakes, thank you, Benny Hill, Lego Mike, and all of our other viewers too. Tatos. Thanks Jan Porter for being a member. What's the Big Dilly? Relaxation Time. Thank you for watching. Joe Friday. Simp Nasty, thanks. Dudesworth. Set to Chill. Thank you, Dan Cruz 2, for watching. Also, Sarah Smile, Ann Hojnacki, and all of our other viewers. All right, guys. April Swartz, thanks for watching. Tracy Williams, it's time. It is time to wrap this up. But again, if there's big news today, we can come back on and do more coverage for you. So I'll be keeping an eye on the other news. That is it for now. You've been watching our live breaking news coverage of the Supreme Court ruling striking down the Trump tariffs. Big Supreme Court ruling. If you missed it, you can rewind and watch Trump's remarks about this and his taking questions about it, his briefing. But that is it for now. Thanks for watching, and thanks again to our mods, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.